refresh, select, there you go. We'll just wait for that to work. Again, you got bought up to the EMAs. You got sold right back off to the midpoint. Bought once again to the EMAs, or back up to the EMAs, I should say. And of course, now you're fighting with the 13. So the next thing I want to see is, can you break above the 13 and start to resist in between the blue and purple? Or is this trend just going to start resisting, you know, below the blue? We get sold off now, potentially fall right back to 597 again. And then, you know, within like the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes here, we'll get bought right back up and start messing with the blue line. So again, we just got to get this a second here. And then even for the euro market, it's at a weird location here. Let's see. It's a pretty nice spot. This was the same spot we were talking about like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Whenever we had made, I think we had made this chart like January 29th or January 20th. So we had this chart right here for about a month now. And this is for the futures. This is for ES. Just the regular ES. So this is the whole entire futures. It is delayed by 15 minutes. So besides that, this is pretty much it. Meaning if we're getting bought up on my screen right now, you're probably not going to see this happen for SPY for at least another 15 minutes here. For NVIDIA, you pretty much just hit the 140 and then the 130. It was kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie to you. Look at this. Look at how absurd this is. When you fall into the first level, we had put this little, just this little pink box right here. And we did not move it. So yesterday on Friday, when you had trended downwards, it basically was perfectly sitting in that range, right? Now, the reason I specifically used this area right here was, it was just because it was so close to the box. I was counting this as being kind of like an odd area. Imagine these boxes here, right? These are all just positive numbers, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That means that there's this blank space in the middle of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of every number where you can actually land. So if you just think of the market like that, you start chopping up the other areas. They may just exist in which you can actually get some cheap profit. I mean, some easy profit, quick profit, I should say. Because from that area, it's just really up. For Tesla, we already bought our next entry. We posted it inside the Prodigy channel. So if you're trying to look for the Tesla entry, you could look for it there. We started going long and short with the euro all around this area here. So last night we were long. At around 1 a.m. we had sold out. And then around 1 a.m. 12 we bought into the short right here. And then 6 a.m. we sold out of this one. Right down here. And then right now we're obviously long right now, but with 2 very cheap accounts. Actually 3 very cheap accounts. The bigger accounts, we're just waiting with them. There's no need to put any capital into this market anymore here. That one of the smallest accounts that we had was around $100, and I think that one's around 180 right now. So yeah, it was pretty nice gains. Let's switch over to XRP. We don't gotta watch right now, but if anybody's looking at XRP, just watch out for this lower $1.40 level, $1.50 level. As you can see, there's a certain trend that's already established right now, and if we just get a continuation of that, it's gonna be somewhere down here. I did see SMCI doing something, so give me 1 second. Where is it? There it is. So we sold out of the SMCI puts. We bought it right up here at the top of 61, 64, something like here. We sold it out for, I think, 1 to 200%. I forgot how much. We're going to try to rebuy these options. News comes out basically tomorrow. So if anybody's trying to get into SMCI, this is going to be one of your last entries. Besides tomorrow, of course. And then I'm looking for a buy the rumors, sell the news type of situation here. So I actually want this to get sold off with whatever news they're supposed to report on the 25th. I actually want to see SMCI get sold off with that. We'll have to see, because of course, if SMCI just ran and reclaimed about half of its, initial drop from the top, just due to a report possibly now being correct or pointing them in the correct light, right? If that's still the case and you still ran up to this level by just that information, it kind of means that all you need is just a little bit of other, boost of certain types of either data or, again, information, and you'll continue to see this run right back up going into a higher high. I'm just speaking about the technicals, right? With this information, if you just continue this trend here, you might get sold off for the next month or two. And then after that, we'll see if this is just going to start running up into a new high. So again, for the next month or two, we'll see if we just start getting sold off. And then we could potentially rebuy into this. AMD, we're waiting. Euro USD, you already know what's the trade. SPY, you already know what's the trade. Let's see. Anything else we have to look at? Let's go look at the other chart real quick. This one here. So again, you're hitting the purple supply and demand zone here. Our option is up 33% right now. 35%. Alright. And then the Tesla, how we doing? Nvidia's coming right back to life. We're still holding the Unity play. AMD, we're gonna have to do something with you. Remember, you're in between the blue line and the purple line. You didn't get sold off when you hit the 13 EMA, which was what you did when you hit the 8-day EMA. So since you're already changing directions here and changing trends, first thing is first, let's just take it real slow. Let's make sure that this is actually changing directions. And once this gets above that little purple area, you basically have your next entry for the call side. So again, for those of you who did not get into the calls with us at the bottom right here, we got it at the bottom. Again, the reason why is because if I zoom out here, that bottom is the midpoint of the purple line and the yellow line. So if you were going to trade this trend here and you were at that bottom, at that place, at that time and moment, the only entry you have is pretty much up because you just dropped out the sky. If not, you would just simply wait for this to fall down to the yellow one. So again, if you're waiting for calls, middle or the yellow or above the purple. Simple as that. And then for the puts, it's the opposite. Below the purple or below the midpoint or at a new high, right? So below the purple, below the midpoint, or at a new high. And then the calls is opposite. By the way, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's see if we can take this a little bit differently here. Options are up 44%. Just like that, family. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is all done. I want to see this run right back up to the bottom of the purple. I want to see it hit the purple. I then want to see this trend run right back into the purple and then run above it. So I want to see if this can all happen within one day. It could happen today, if anything, but we'll see if it happens tomorrow. Mondays are usually V-shaped, so for those of you who have never written down a single bit of information for Monday, I'm going to go ahead and switch my screen here. And I want you to basically copy down every single little bit of information you see at the bottom right. It says Mondays are usually 90% V-shapes. Tuesdays are usually 70% V shapes, which are usually more aggressive than the Monday, or actually less aggressive than the Monday. So depending on how aggressive today is, it actually dictates how tomorrow is going to present itself and how it's going to trend. And usually 70% of the time on Tuesdays, it's also V shape. Wednesdays, it's going to be consolidation. Thursdays, consolidation. And Friday is usually a staircase or a very extreme trend in the one direction or the other. Options are up 75% here. 88%. 94%. 116%. 127%. 133%. Okay, you can put your stop losses now. We'll sell out here. 133%. That's good enough for us right now, family. Good job. Absolutely amazing job. All right, family, so we're out to trade here. I have another call on my other account that we're going to be holding. It's a $3 option. It's currently up 83% right now. It's already at $6. So there we go, family. We finally took another $3 account from $3 and basically 100%ed it. I might just put my stop loss here just in case. Excellent. So again, it was a $3 option. Currently, that $3 option's at $6 right now. So we're up 100% now. There we go, family. That's what I'm talking about. Again, take it real slow. Real slow. Next trade we're going to hop into is a put play. I'm thinking somewhere around here. Why? Look at the right side of my screen. If you look at the VRVP indicator, all the volume is currently right around here. And a little bit below us, and then of course a little bit above us as well. Absolutely amazing job, everybody. There we go, there we go. You're getting sold off now, so again, just take it real slow. Just like that first SPY trade that I posted that just went 133%. I'm going to post all the trades inside the same tier. So if you're looking for the ideas or concepts to play out in a certain way, again, just watch our directions, watch our ideas, and see how, we think the market's going to trend a certain way, and then add your idea on top of that to make it just better off, more well-rounded off in terms of an idea. And it's very simple to do that. All you got to do is, again, just look at what we're saying and what we're doing, right? We're basically stating, hey, SPY could fall right below the purple zone, right? Basically right now, actually. And you can hit that orange area where if I extend it from the left side, give me 1 second. And you might be able to hit this zone once more. So that's all you have to do here. See if we're going to get sold off. Hit this orange zone right down here. We'll rebuy into another play for the call side. We already, again, doubled a whole entire account. So now the only thing on my mind right now is allowing this to get sold off and then doubling another account. That's the only thing on my mind right now. At the same time, I know SPY is already, obviously down here at the bottom. If you just run straight up into the next midpoint, what's the next midpoint? Real quick and easy, everybody. All you got to do is measure the top to the current bottom. last top was up here. So boom. And then grab that box, put it right down here. Just like that. The midpoint is right here at 604. So I think we'll probably run to 602 here. I can see us running to 602. But before we even run to 602, I kind of want to see if we're actually going to fall right back down to the orange. And then we'll rebuy into the trade, hop back into another idea, and then play for the next little leg up. So again, you should get bought up here. We'll give it just a moment. And then boom. Boom, boom, boom. Excellent. What just happened? Oh. Oh, that's crazy. So this account is up how much? 2,800%. Alrighty. 2,800% already. I don't even know what to say. I think we're done for the month. I think we're done for the year, everybody. Time to pack our bags. I'll see you here on January, right? I'm sorry. All right. All right. So no, yeah, you hit the bottom here. You're instantly getting bought up. We're gonna give you a moment. We'll see if you start falling right back down. Scoop up plays once again. And then play for a higher high. That's the game plan, everybody. I'm not gonna lie, this yellow is bothering me. This is too bright. Alright. Next thing we gotta do here is, of course, just wait for this here. Look at how wild this is. Can y'all believe this? Look at this thing. This thing, it just wanted to fall right back from the top. Perfectly to the bottom. And remember, it says point blank, keep buying calls at that red line. And as you can see, look how much times that worked out so far. Right here, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, and this is your 7th time. Absolutely insane. So, we've rinsed and repeated this same trend and this same pattern, the same trade. Again, 7 times. All the other times we were up about 1,000%. And already just with this one, we're up 2,000% just by playing the bottom correctly. And one may ask, how does one know the bottom, right? All I had to do is, of course, show you the chart here. And you would see how the technicals just instantly line up every single day, every single time. Just like how they've done so for the past year. And it's kind of crazy. Again, everything is just happening almost exactly how we thought. Even this drop right here. Almost exactly on cue. Almost. Even this run right back up. Exactly on cue. Remember, I didn't create these boxes today. The only reason why I have a white box right here is because of 647 and 591. We were talking about that being your next major area that you got to fall in. If you get above 600, you're going to start running to 606, 610, and then 614. So these are all your main levels, right? And then, of course, we also give you your levels for the call side, which was when we were running above 609, 610 the first time. We were playing with these levels right here, and yeah, the only level we missed out on was the 613 level. we were waiting for a higher high, but it kind of got a little gassed out around the beginning portion of it. So, yeah, just gonna give this a moment here. All the other charts basically are saying that, for instance, look at this right here. If the market gains momentum here while you just had a breakout to the downside and you get above, you'll head to the top and possibly break out now, right? So what we were saying was, if you break out below this purple area, that third time right there, we were stating that you would pop down here, consolidate for a little bit, and then get right back above the purple, going right back to the high. We also posted a couple other plays. We got an NVIDIA play. We have a Unity play. We have... And remember, everybody, you guys want to see something cool? Watch this. All the plays that we've bought into for pretty much... all the plays we bought into for the put side and the call side, every single play that expires a year out or sooner, besides the AMD play is pretty much the only one that's not going directly to what we wanted. Even the Google play kind of did the same thing, but the Google play still was running in our direction. We had a couple 40%, 30% trades with that. And what I'm trying to say here is, if about 90 to 100% of all of our plays are working out perfectly, that's the only thing I want you to pay attention to. Take, for example, the Unity play, right? We posted this one at the end of January. You then go down. We posted the Intel play again at the end of January. We had bought a contract for around, I forgot how much we spent for this. I think we spent like 300 and then sold this for like 600-700. No, we bought this for 280 and then sold this for 580. 580. That's what we sold this for. So this one was a double. This one was like 150%, 100%. Currently it's at 30%. So it went from 150 to 30. The Intel went again 100%. The AMD one, we're waiting. And I'm not going to scroll down anymore. You get the idea. Pretty much all of our plays, again, besides Microsoft, the small Google, and that's it. And AMD, of course. For now. Just got to give it a couple more days. And then we'll see if AMD is still going against us. But so far, every single play, again, every single play. You're getting sold off here, which was kind of what we wanted. You fell right back down to the purple. Let's see if you're going to fall towards this orange area. And then we're going to scoop up some calls. Once again, try to see if we can go 100% back to back to back. This account has no more day trades, so what we're going to do here is we're going to throw in the capital overnight on this next trade here. And then we're going to sell out on this trade tomorrow. So, in terms of SPY's trends, right? What's the funniest thing that's happened recently in terms of just like the news and technicals? And the first thing I'll tell you is, you're approaching these levels in such a way where it's robotically giving you entries. Very easy entries at that, right? For instance, I think we talked a little bit about this before, but just as a group and as a team here, if anybody had to basically state when you would buy and sell and how you would go about doing it around this level, could you just go ahead and give me an example, right? For instance, if you bought a call right here at $5.99 or $600 for the SPY to basically, go up another couple dollars. Let's just say you bought a 605 exactly at 600 flat. When is the first time that you're going to average down? So again, I'm giving you an example. I want you to just tell me when you think is the best time to average down. At what number? What price? Let's just say again, you bought at 600 flat. It's a 595 or a 605 option that you bought at 600. And currently you're at 598. When are you going to average down? Let me pull the chat just in case someone texts it. Let's see what everybody's thinking. I appreciate you guys. I'll show this for a little bit. Absolutely amazing. There we go. 136% right there. Absolutely amazing, Hoover. There we go. Miss Creative. Absolutely beautiful. Some QQQ plays and some SPY plays. There we go. Good morning, Donald. Good morning, Fish. Good morning, Prime. Excellent, Prime. Excellent, excellent, excellent. 200%. So yeah, again, that same trade ended up going, I don't even know, like 200-300%. But as long as you're claiming the main chunk of what the capital was or what the trade was, then that's really all you need. When you're down 50%, excellent, Sherman. Or there's a certain price. What does everybody think? Excellent. 595, 596, just like that. So doing this will now erase every single large possible loss that one can have, and now not a single one of you will ever lose a lot of capital ever again. It's impossible now, because when you're buying into these plays, you're buying into them for 10, 30 days out. You're buying them at the correct point, correct module. If SPY falls down, it's going to hit 596, 595, just like you said. So the fact that it hit 597 is kind of like the in-between land of different modules. So it's kind of funny because what are you doing right now? Now you're ripping above the purple, and you're most likely going to hit this midpoint of 601 before you get sold off. And the reason why you would get sold off from this midpoint right here is because you got bought up from this midpoint down here. So for a reaction that you previously just got on the board, you're going to possibly get another that's going to kind of go off of that first reaction. I don't know if that makes sense. It's kind of a little confusing, but yeah, just like that. By the way, BG, it sounds like you have like a what do you call it? Like a radio show mic. That thing sounds crazy. Nah, yeah, it sounds good. That's a good mic right there. 596.81. Yeah, so we're just going to wait for this orange area. Once we hit this orange area, boom, hop back into another play. Hop into the call side. And then play to the 200 moving average. Because remember, we have not hit the 200 yet. So we'll see if we could just do that right now. If not, we still have one more play on the board, like we told everybody. This play is just insurance, just in case the SPY just starts ripping up to a new high. Come on, SPY. Let's see it. Do something crazy. And then you're at your second put target, of course, right? Your first put target is going to be basically right below this red line here that we keep holding. That's when you would play the puts the next time. Right here, right at this level. So the second you hit 600 or 601 after running up from the bottom, you know, running into the level from below, that's also another potential point where you would start to get sold off. All right. 596.81. Yeah, 596.81 is a good level. In terms of our charts, 596.81 was right around the midpoint. So this is basically where we bought the calls the first time, right? Go on, SPY. $595 flat. And then the bottom is going to be 594.10. Perfect. How's the supply and demand zones been? Hell yeah. There we go. Which is, of course, like the next like a little addition we want to have on top, right? Which is kind of funny because if you just look at the other charts that we have, like the wedges or the diagonal lines, it kind of makes up for that extra X wild move that can occur with the supply and demand zones, because when you're moving $10, $15, you're just shattering these zones. But it tends to go from not listening to it to then listening to it. So yeah, that's the best part. Even if you might have like a situation where for like a week straight it's just not listening to them, that second week or third week, you know, right after that, it's gonna start perfectly listening to them, is what I noticed. So whenever you have a situation like that, just don't stress yourself out, really. Try to like average into the trade, really. By the way, that's kind of the most important thing that I've recently recognized when having our one-on-ones. We just need everybody to start having their own play style in a certain way where you're going to be playing obviously the same trades and ideas and concepts for the most part. That's usually what we end up doing, right? But how you're going to go about doing it is such a unique, you know, and new different way, where if you just look at the reversal points for number 2, let's go ahead and put that on real quick. This is reversal points for number 2, right? Watch this. I've already told everybody how to put this on their screen. So if you do not have this, again, make sure you set up some time with me so that we can actually build this for you. Let me actually split this. I hate how it does that. All right, let's go like this. And then let's group this. Okay, so this is just this group, right? Excellent. Okay. So let's take this and put this down here. And look at how crazy this is going to line up, right? And remember, what did I tell everybody? When are you going to buy your first entry ever? If you really want to play this smart, there's only 2 different areas where you can buy your first entry, and you have about a 90 to 80% likelihood of it working out. Does anybody know? 4 and 5. Excellent. Just like that. Number 4 then number 5. So let's look at the screen here. Exactly. Yep. So like that's when you start like having just the phone ready, getting your buys and sells ready and just having your phone waiting or your finger waiting on the screen to buy around number 3. And mhm. Exactly, yep. So like for today, for a second, it kind of held on this number 2 just for like a tiny second, and then the next 5 minute candle just shattered down below, and you didn't even get any reaction towards number 3. So it's kind of funny because after all that, situation basically unraveled on itself, now you're getting a situation where it's kind of consolidating on number 3 and number 2. So that tends to be a very similar just little attribute of this market. If you don't consolidate at a certain level, you're gonna do it the next time. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. You hit number 4, you went right through it again. You hit number 5, and you basically held, ran up to the top. You hit the purple. You then fell again, back to number 5, where we played the calls. So this is where I got into my entry with everybody. And then from down here to right here, you're up already 133%. I think the options right now, let me look at them. If I still would have held them, currently right now, they would have been worth, I would have sold them for 330%, just off of that right there. So around 320 to 330%, just off of this swing right here. So that's what I'm telling everybody, like, just take your time with this. Take your time with this, master the craft. Actually see where you can make your profit and how much profit one could make around that area, because then the next time we trend or swing in a certain manner that's very similar, you could just smash it out the park, Come on now. This is where it gets fun. This is where it gets really, really, really fun. We just gotta take our time here. Take your time, take your time, take your time. Recognize and realize that everything we've said and everything we've wanted is currently happening, even on this chart right here. If you get above these green lines, I'm just letting everybody here know, this is your full port for the call side, which is wild. Obviously, you wouldn't be buying an option that expires in a week out and full porting into it, right? It would only be options that are in 30 days or 60 days out that you would do such a thing. You would never full pour into a 1 day. You would never full pour into a 0 day, into a 3 day, into a 5 day, into a 1 week. It makes no sense. Do not full pour into these trades. But then when you get to that level and you're ready and you got the lines, you already know when to full port. We'll see if it works out once more. Because remember, this has worked out 7 times. Look at this. I'll scroll back on this chart real quick just to show you. Once. We'll count this as twice because it ran up to the midpoint. And then it fell below it. So that's 3 times. It kind of did hold over here. That's 4, right? But we're not going to count that, right? So again, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times right there the other day. And then right now you're below it. So again, this is an even better entry technically because you're below the line. And this will be number 7. So if it gets rejected at this line, the first thing is I want to see if it's because 1, it's right next to the midpoint. And what midpoint I'm talking about is the 585 to 600 midpoint. So not 600, 610. So 595, 590 to 600. Right now you're in the middle. If you stay above 600, you're going to basically state, I want to run to 605. If you're below 600, you're basically stating you want to fall right back down to 595 because you hit the midpoint of the 2 next modules, which is the 597 area. So if that wasn't enough to hold and you start resisting right now and you start dropping back down, the second you get below 599.90, see if it's just going to like fly right past 597 and go down a little bit lower. I could definitely see something like that. So it depends on how aggressive it is, right? Whenever a resist here, it could just fall to the floor. But if it doesn't, we're going to go here and we're going to use our supply and demand zone chart, which is this one right here. It hit the purple. You got bought up to the top. I want to see it go down a little bit more to this next orange. And that's the one thing I want everybody to recognize here is that when I look at this market, I specifically just solely focus on what's needed for us to actually change the direction. So for us to break out of our current range or current area, what is the next necessary thing that's going to need to happen to basically change that direction or change you from doing this or doing that? That's all we focus on. It sounds kind of wild and crazy, but if you specifically always focus on why something is changing and how something just happened, you can consistently catch on to basically all these other crazy micro trends that it's like Monday happens, Tuesday you're starting a trend from like 1990, let's just say, and then Wednesday you start this trend from like 2012. So there's so much different trends that are actually on the market, like on the board in terms of technicals, and that's the problem here. That's the reason why you're trading SPY and 2 weeks go by and it doesn't look like how it did 2 weeks ago, because it always massively switches between different trends from different years, right? So what you want to do here basically is you want to put so much time and effort into mastering you being able to look at the company within a week and predict it, right? Now, why is this important? It's important because once you start being able to look at a ticker, come up with two different directions for the call side and the put side, you start this unbiased machine. It starts basically copying and pasting and repetitively trading the same type of thought, same type of idea, same type of concept, which again, this whole conversation was brought up by the fact that we specifically focus on certain things that's needed for you to change directions. For instance, with Tesla, right? Tesla tends to get stuck around certain areas, and it's not until you hit a certain number or a certain range or a certain, part of the trend in which then Tesla starts to massively change directions once again. It was kind of like how when we were down here in 2024 and we were telling everybody with the put side, right? If you were trying to trade the put side on Tesla around 130s after it had just fallen from 170s, the only way that you can actually do so is by waiting for it to hit a certain level. So when you were at the 170s, we were basically stating, hey, you could probably fall to 140, 130, 120, and then 110. Depending on what level you fall to, it might tell you what the reaction is afterwards going to be, which, look at how wild this is. We waited, it popped below 150, right down here into the 130s, and then it instantly gave you an equal reaction. So that same reaction that you got down here is basically the same reaction you got up here. And that's the most wild part about this. Is that, you waited to hit this direction down here, then you waited to hit this direction up here so that you can consolidate at the middle, scare everybody out once again, make it weird and unpredictable, and then slowly buy you up to earnings. And then when earnings came out in the summer of last year, the same second that earnings report came out, you started getting shot into the sky. So, but it did not happen until you hit this area down here, That's all I'm trying to say. Same thing with SPY. The SPY might not run up to this next yellow box right here until you hit the most aggressive part of the trend, which is to not only hit the color below you, but to hit the color below that color, which is the orange one, and then get bought up above the purple, and then get sent to the high of the yellow. That's all I want to see here. So no, whenever you would hear one say full port, that would of course mean to, put in your whole entire account with, of course, a certain set of experience, right? You got to have some type of experience in order to do that. You can't just straight up full port if you know you don't have the experience to handle something like that. It's very stressful, let me tell you. So, yeah, it's often not advised. Because think about it, you take one big loss, it's gonna ruin your whole entire mental for the next, lifetime of just you trading. Of course you can get over it. Of course you can get better, but you don't want to ruin that perfect clean slate in terms of your mental when it comes to the trading, which usually what ruins that is just an insane amount of trades with cheap contracts, or trying to get a large percentage consistently all the time, like 1,000 to 3,000% all the time. So there's certain ways that you just don't want to trade where it's just gonna slowly stress you out, I wouldn't even say slowly. There's no slowness about the stress. Oh, it's instant. It's gonna happen. So just don't do it. Always put in like 20% of your account so that you could just be a little bit more fluid, Okay, so 599. We talked about this. I want to see if this is still going to run to the purple. You still have a ways to go. Is that the proper way to say that? I think so. That's actually good. That was a good one. Remember, we're still waiting for the orange. Orange is your best friend. What else? Our euro trade is now up, everybody. So let's look at this real quick. I might just take some gains here. The account that we started with 2 cents is currently at 12 cents, everybody. What do we think? 2 cents to 12 cents. And then the other account that we started with 50 cents, we took it to $7, $8, and then we basically lost 80% of it. Went right back down to $1. And then currently right now we're already back at $4. So that's another 1,000% with just the Forex market. Our goal with this account is to take an account from just 2 cents to basically $1 million. The funny reality is that since we have such a low amount of capital, it's taking forever. It's taking years. Especially when you lose an amount, it just takes way, way, way more. So we'll have to see if we're going to hit that goal by the end of the month, which is to hit $20 from 2 cents. That's the goal right now. And then once we hit $20 this month, next month I want to see if we can hit like 200, if not 2,000. And then maybe within 3-4 months of this challenge, we'll go from like 2 cents to that crazy number, right? Let's take our time here. So yeah, the ES is still listening to everything perfectly. Even the wedges, as you can see. Okay, so that one's good. Okay, so we just took our gain on everything. Again, we bought below the line. Not on the 200, but a little bit above it, like right here in the middle. And now you're above the line, so all I want to see happen here is you just get shot from the sky. I actually want to see this market just fall to the floor here. So we'll see. We'll take our time. 57 and then 57% and then an 83% on calls. Absolutely amazing fish. There we go. All right, let's switch back to our other chart. Da, 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 da. Come on, Spy, hurry up. Hit the orange. I'm ready to party. And then once we hit that, right back up towards the high. By the way, my fault, I fell asleep. I got home a little bit late last night. So I apologize for missing the morning right there. That would have been awesome. At least it hit the same level we thought it was, right? It went right below the main idea, which is main idea part 2, right? $150 into the puts, and then a certain amount into the calls. And yeah, it worked out perfectly right there with the put plays. And then again, it worked out at the bottom right here. The calls didn't work out the first time, as you can see. But if you played the puts the first time you drop below the purple, they worked out. And the second time, third time, of course, it did not work out for the puts. But then the second time for the calls, it worked out. Third time, and this might be the fourth time if it comes right back down a little bit lower. So yeah, this is absolutely amazing. What did we say? We kind of had a feeling it was going to be this awesome today, regardless if it was up or down. And that's the craziest part, you know that, right? Is that it's getting to the point when we're looking at SPY as a team now, where everybody's on the same page in terms of the trend, which is wild to me. Like, everybody clearly understands what's going on here in terms of, again, the technicals. The news and all that other gibberish is just gonna affect stuff. It's not really gonna help you here. The only thing the news does is point you into the direction of what trend could be correct. That's the only thing news does. It just points you into the direction of a certain trend. It's either very fast, very slow, but it points you. That's the thing. Technicals always highlight exactly what levels are your best friends and what levels you need to watch out for. And that's basically your one way to not BS, you know? There's going to be a lot of BSing here, especially with oneself. Remember, one of the problems that people have is they tend to not understand that most of the reasons you may have losses or issues is because you're trying to make the trend and the trade work how you want the trade to work out. The trade's not going to work out how you want it to work out. It's never going to work out how you ever want it to work out. So as long as you don't look for that, and that's not your first priority, you can kind of establish this sense of understanding when things are kind of in this weird, chaotic, you know, trend. Remember, like I said, a problem that everybody has is they tend to want to highlight the fact that the trade is basically something that's going to work out in the way that they wanted it to. Again, they wanted it to. It's not going to do that. So as long as you don't have that sense of, you know, deep, I guess, it's not even like ego or anything like that. It's just decisions, you know. You make a decision, you think something's going to happen, and you just die on that hill. You just don't want to do that here. If you make a decision, it needs to have some level of insurance or just a safety door. So just in case if things hit the fan, you could just escape, you know? Always have a safety door. Ejecto Cito, come on now. Let's see. Let's see. And again, the funniest thing is that when you're looking at supply and demand zones, it tells you basically, all right, why are you BSing? You're above the purple. For 3 weeks in a row, we had this text box here stating that you're going to instantly enter into calls the second you get above the yellow. Or no. So it says $75 into 0-day calls, 605 strike for you to get above the yellow. So once you hit this area, you're going to be playing calls for a 605 strike, and you're going to be wanting to sell above the yellow area. So right above here, 603 to 605, right in between the purple and yellow. And then if you're playing the downside, it says $150 into puts 8 days out with a $5.99 strike. So if you would have played that this morning, look at that, family, $2 in the money. And then again, I mean, of course you were in the money already, so if you played this again, you would have just been successful with that. But no, yeah, that was pretty nice. There we go, fish. There we go. The point I was trying to make, in which I was like, the reason why I started talking about the main ideas was because, again, everything is already written on the chart. Everything in terms of what one should do and what one could do, it's already on the chart. So just listen to it, you know? If it says to get into an entry, sometimes you're going to be like, you know what? I think this is not going to happen. I don't think this is going to work out. I think this is a bad idea to buy into this entry, but my chart, my technicals, they're telling me to buy. But I don't know. I don't know if I should buy. That right there, that's why you have a problem in terms of the ideas. You don't want to overthink it. If the charts say buy, point blank you buy. If you fail and it turns out to be this loss, just break it down and see how it happened. Maybe the idea wasn't going to work out to begin with. So, yeah. All right. This is amazing. This is excellent. I'm loving it. Nice trend so far. Why is Spice? Why are you slowing down now? Why the second we start turning on everything and we start trading a little bit more actively, you got to slow down? What time is it? 12 p.m. Right. As soon as lunch is about to begin, I might just go ahead and grab something real quick before it hits 6 o'clock and I didn't eat. I don't know why I always do this, but let me just grab something real quick. Give me a few minutes here. I'm going to leave you on this chart. If you hit the orange area, I'm going to put a little alert here. So if you hit this orange area, we're going to rebuy into a call. Remember, we're not going to break the bank here. So we're not going to put our whole entire life savings into this. We're just going to put around 10-20%. And we're just looking for a nice 30 to 50% gain. That's it. We want something small. We want something consistent. Just so that we can actually start doing this every single day in terms of just making profit, right? Want to be making some good profit here on a weekly. And if you're not making some good profit, again, just DM me. Show me all your wins and your losses. Show me where you're buying into the trend. Show me where you're buying into the trade. And yeah, within 5 minutes, I can point you into the direction of what's going to actually help you out here. So just DM me. What I like to do is I like to see if others can do this when you're like right before we have our one-on-ones or we're about to speak, just make sure you actually highlight on your chart where you bought in. Kind of like how we did it on the other day here when we were using this chart mainly to buy. We showed you how we bought here. We showed you how we then bought at this perfect wick right down here. We then told you why we averaged down on that green candle specifically instead of that red candle with the low that was as low as this low. It wasn't at the low, it was a little bit higher, but we specifically waited to average down on this next green candle because we wanted to see if that low was going to hit, like basically hit a low, if that makes sense. So we wanted to see if the trend was going to hit an area by the previous low, point blank. And since it did, we wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to fall from the sky when we bought these options here. So we just wanted to make sure that this was a good average down point. And then we averaged down right here. By the time you popped up here, these options never came back to life actually. So the first plays, they never came back to life even though we averaged down right down here and it went up higher. Never came back to life. So what we did do was at this other orange arrow, we just straight up bought another 0 day and we waited for it to hit the bottom, which was around the top of the purple, hop back into it. And I forgot how much we sold this one for, but I think it was like 110% on that one. So that was 110%. We then bought into a trade right here at 607, average down right here at 600. And this one we're currently waiting for right now. This one is actually very cheap right now. I think it fell from, no, yeah, so we bought it at 115 the first time. This is for a 613. We bought it for 115 and currently it's at around $2 right now. From 115. I just put an order to buy another one at $1. Again, it's 12 o'clock, so all I want to see here is you run above 600 and then get above 602. And that is all for that. We don't gotta look at that no more. Come on, SPY. Just run to the sky. $10 right now. SMCI. Tesla. Tesla, what's going on over here, huh? Alright. Looks like Tesla's getting ready to do something big. Oh shit. Let's see. Sound? What's going on? Where did my sound go? No way. I'm sorry if anybody was trying to talk to me the whole entire time. I pressed the button on the mic again. Alright, we're back. I apologize. I don't know why it does that. I didn't even press it. Remember, we averaged down on the video. Here we go, SPY 601. Let's check those 602 plays once more. 602 plays are now at $80. We first bought into it at 17. Our first goal was 170, 120. That's 1,000%. It looks like you might actually hit 1,000% right now. You might fall from the sky here, so just be careful. Be very careful. Come on, go higher than the high. Oh, I want to touch a 605 today, 606. That would make my day. If we can touch 606 today, everybody. Oh, man. We're closing the live. We're closing everything. It's either going to happen today or tomorrow, so... Come on, SPY. Push up, push up. You need some push-ups. Tesla, we're still going to wait for that. SMCI, we're going to buy into another trade here. We're just going to give it a moment, of course. Just in case. Nvidia's still holding nicely. The futures are holding absolutely amazingly. Look at this. Perfectly holding on the wedges. This is the 1 hour, so let me go to the 5 minute real quick. And look at that. Perfectly holding on the 5 minute. Even the top right here, as you can see with this white line. Once we get above this area here, you're going to be playing calls to the top portion. So you can either play calls like that, from there to there, or you're going to be playing calls from here to here. That's the idea. So any single gain that you've made has nothing to actually do with the trend here. Whatever you've made, that 100% we got earlier, that was just the icing on top. There's a whole cake here. So that's all we're waiting for right now. See what direction is this going to trend in for now, and then try to see if we can get a bigger portion of the trend here. Yeah, I gotta make my money back with Tesla. Tesla robbed me last week. Those 0 days, they weren't too pretty. As you can see, it just went straight down. Which is kind of funny because at the beginning of the day, we said we were either gonna straddle, hop into a straddle, or hop into one of the directions, which is gonna be the call play. The puts, it was so funny. You know what level the puts? You know what puts we wanted to hop into? The 340s. So if we would have had those puts would have went up 1,000% on Friday, which is wild. Absolutely wild. So we'll try to see if we can get 1,000% this week on Tesla. That's my main goal right now. Make back first the $100 we lost with it. We're still profitable in a year because of the first Tesla trade. It was absolutely amazing. The one we bought right down here, right? We bought one right down here at 320. We sold it the second you hit 360. And then we bought into our next play. Is it this one? I forgot what song it was. Tesla, don't even think about it. Don't even think about this. You better stay right there. I was like, where's this damn chart? There you go. You hold above 601. We're going straight to new high, everybody. You get below 601. We're falling straight back down to 595. I thought I lost you yesterday. No way. It's a good day. We're still waiting for this to react. It's just stuck in the middle, of course, between number 1 and number 3. So it's just consolidating right in between that. Once it gets above number 1, we simply want this to get to number 2 at the top side, which is going to be around 603. After 603, of course, you have all these other points. So it's just a matter of patience and waiting, buying at the best point. And that's really all, you know? Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. If this option goes right back up to $100, I'm gonna be baffled. That's gonna be going from $2 to 100. And I know people bought it for $1, 100%. We'll have to see here. Da 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 da. I feel like I'm in a. I feel like I'm at the beach right now. Come on, everybody. It's about to start getting hot again. We got to save up all the capital. We got to save up for these trips. We got to save up, of course, for these taxes, right? Got to make sure everything is just perfect across the board. Na 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 na. All right, all right, all right. Remember, everybody, take it real nice and easy. We're patiently waiting here. Inflatable tube man. Look at that run. Oh my god. Look at that. Where did it go? Excellent. Baba's getting sold off. Once Baba hits $90 to $80, everybody, we're going to rebuy into our next Baba position. So we're waiting for Baba. Unity, of course, SMCI. Intel. I want Intel to hit 22. Did it, wait. Wait. No. That was the level I wanted this to hit. Now Intel could start running up here, so wait a second. Wait just a moment here. Let's go here. You're getting sold off from that area. All right, all right, all right. Let's see, let's see. This is amazing. Look at this. High five, Spy. You're gonna have to fall sooner or later, you know? And I'm gonna be waiting there. It just never falls down ever again. Straight to 600, straight to 630. You're at the 200 now, everybody. So you finally hit it. Finally. Let's see if we're going to get above it now. If not, you might just get sold off to the floor here. right, finally got some movement. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. The Unity play went right back to 100%. We're waiting for our next SPY entry right here. And then, that's all. Pretty slow day today, besides the first crazy morning move. And then, of course, the V-shape right back up, right? All right. And then these options are at $21. Okay. Remember, we want this to fall right back down on top of the purple. As we all know, the market loves hitting a color right before the major color, which is exactly why you see it hit the orange one and get stuck here. It normally does that. Kind of like over here, right? You're at the top. You already ran through this, and you just go all the way right back down just so that you're right next to it. You don't actually touch it here, but that's like your best little example, at least in the last week. If I go a little bit further, you'll see that example work out a little bit better, right? Look at that down here. Always likes to touch the color extra. Look at that up here. Always touches the extra color, and then you get the crazy put entry, right? So when I get into my puts, I usually get into the puts with the color above it. And yeah, that's usually why we have some extreme days, because of that right there. Come on, SPY. Let's see it. Get shut down. Get shut down. Come on now. It might just stay stuck here, which is the only problem. We're going to wait, though. We're not going to rush into it, nor are we going to buy anything else until we get that touch of that orange zone. That's what we're waiting for. And then, let me see here. We could play the 602 calls again. So if we get to that low. I gotta somehow, tell me how I broke the nice sunglasses yesterday. I don't know how I broke them. It just snapped. What was I talking about? Not sunglasses, the 602 calls. Yeah. That's what we're waiting for right now. And then after that, let's see what's going on here. So how's everybody doing so far, right? You had a nice move in the morning when I wasn't here. And then when I was here, we got another nice move. So you basically was able to test both sides of the aisle today. Now, in terms of how it actually kind of changed up your thought or changed up the product, not the product. I'm looking at another play right now. Just give me 1 second. This play here. So the CVS plays, the CVS ideas, they worked out. We just needed more time on them. So next time we play an earnings play, like CVS, instead of us trying to buy an option that expires that same week or the week right after, we're just going to buy a 3-week option. Because it seems like every single idea that we had just worked out. We just needed some time to it. Or if the idea didn't work out, it was because we needed less time to it. Like contracts like NVIDIA. So for contracts like Nvidia, we should have got a little bit closer, and then for contracts like CVS, we should have got a little further. So two very important things to remember for tomorrow. As long as we can master that and not make that same mistake again, using those two mistakes from today, it's going to cause us to get a bigger gain tomorrow. And what happens is every single day starts doubling and tripling like this. It's just you have to let the fluidity actually occur here, right? You just got to let things occur. You got to let the trends occur. You got to let the moves move. And then once things happen and we're at a new range or at a different range, you're going to get that move that you always wanted, right? Kind of like today. Oftentimes, everybody here already knows that Monday is a V-shape. So let's just say you were making money on the way down. You would have turned an account from, let's just say, $1,000 straight down. You would have went to around 3 to 4K and then right back up. We got 130%, but the options hit 300%. So you would have went from like 1K to like 2, 3K, and then from like 2, 3K to about 6, 7K, 8,000 in a day. And it's important because as long as you can highlight the trades like this, you can see how you can actually be a part of it the next time. Of course, it's never going to be exactly the same, but oftentimes it actually rhymes with one another, you know? It literally rhymes with it. It's actually the same thing when you really think about it. Not when you're looking at it surface level, right? Getting bought up here. Let's see if this is just going to push us to a new high. Remember, SPY could just get sent right into the sky here. That's why we're not going to be too aggressive with the downside. We're not going to really play puts at all, in fact. When we got days like this, it's the opposite, where it's really red. Same exact thing. We're not going to focus too much on the calls no more. We're going to have certain levels where we're going to play the reversal, of course, right? That's natural. But then you're going to have the other levels in between, in which we're going to just try to master. That's all we got to do here. Remember, whenever you have an entry or an exit, circle it on your chart and take a picture, paste it on your chart, so that when you're actually having a one-on-one with me, we could just zip through all the information very quickly, of course, right? Today we're going to have a lot of things that we're going to go over. Why the hell is my floor full of glitter? I'm like, why is some sparkling on? It is everywhere. Why the hell do I have glitter on me? Oh my god, it's everywhere. We'll have to sort that out. I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to make some extra food here. I was so hungry. I'm starving. I'm making my specialty right now. Let me make sure the cats don't touch nothing. Give me 1 second. have a little situation. I ran out of bread. So, it's either I eat this without bread, right? Or I run to the store just to top off that last little thing, you know what I'm saying? It smells so good when I was cooking it. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm gonna be right back again. Let me charge my phone first, actually, before I leave. My phone died again. Just in case we hit that low, we'll be able to buy up some plays here. We're still looking for the orange zone, so yeah, just waiting for that. And remember, when you buy into this play here, if you're gonna buy overnight with me, the one thing you want to consider is that you're not gonna put too much into this trade, because what if we drop to 585, right? What if we drop another $9? Even to 595 is still, you know, still a lot of potential. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to eat this without the bread. If anything, I'll cook more later, and I'll try that with the bread. Oh, this is amazing. It's literally just eggs. It's the best eggs I've ever made. I was gonna say, you think cinnamon would taste good with eggs, or you think that's just like a bad idea? Does anybody do that? I need some extra spices. Where's my other one? You're holding on that for now. Let's see what's going on over there, Danny. Excellent play right there, Danny. Absolutely excellent. That's a nice Apple play right there, too. And then you even got the Nvidia play. There we go. Taking it slow. Yeah. How's everybody's weekend? There we go. I'm starting to realize that, like, when it comes to being very active, like doing a lot of things or just getting things done, it's sometimes you not doing nothing and you just like, yeah, just literally staring at the sky, just doing something that's just not doing anything work related or body intensive, or you really do need that, like that type of just nothing. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but I started realizing that like this last couple weeks here, because I just kept trying to be on like 100, you know what I mean? And being on 100, you can't really do that all the time, especially when you're outside talking to people. You gotta cool it for a second. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how the hell I made these eggs so fluffy. This tastes amazing. Come on, Spy. We're all patiently waiting for you. Let's get a nice little entrance at the bottom. Let's go up another 100%. And then we'll just wrap up today. We are going to get ready for tomorrow here shortly, so get ready for that. How's the Euro trade doing? I'm so happy about the Euro count, let me tell ya. Those trades from last night, yeah, those are really nice. You said add 1 tablespoon of pancake mix? I never heard of that before. Adding pancake mix to your eggs? Nah, yeah, that sounds good. I'm not gonna lie. I always thought about that, right? Like if you had one thing that you need to cook, and I don't know. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can make culinary spawn in here. Let's see, but like when you cook stuff, and let's say 2 things require a different temperature to heat it up or to cook it. How the hell does that work when it's like both in the same thing? Do you still have to do like, I'm guessing you would have to do it separate and then just like merge it. But shit, when it's a lot of food. Alright, that's besides the point. I always wondered that. If you got 2 separate things, but you're trying to cook them at the same time together because it's like a meal, how do you cook those 2 different things perfectly if they require different temperatures? She's a lot of remembering. Right, just do it like that. Hmm. All right. I have a lot of fun things coming up here. It's just we're gonna have a change of tone here. The change of tone is gonna be, I am no longer gonna say it. We talked about all of the goals and ambitions last year and all the fun stuff we were gonna do this year. Not talking about the trip, of course, right? That's separate. But again, we already talked about everything before. We already stated it. We went through it. We kind of highlighted some of the fun things we can add to the Discord and do. So yeah, just gonna start changing everything here. Just be on your toes. It's gonna be a lot of outside stuff as well. We'll have to see how that works. I don't know if other people are people, you know? It all depends. What is all this? What in the world? Throw this out. Let's go back to the other spy chart. This right here is one of my favorite spy charts, honestly. I like it a lot. Pretty much shows you everything that you need to see, you know? Shows you breaking out the wedge, shows you actually consolidating beneath it. Kind of like how you did below this other wedge down here. You just do the same thing all the time. And then, boom, we're below it. We want to see it snap from below the wedge, and I want to see it above the wedge here. I want to see it right up here. So 610, 611. Very shortly, especially if we're holding 600 and we're not wanting to go below it or hold below it. it might still be early, right? We crashed out the sky. We did hit 596. So we just gotta give this a moment here. Not rush into it. Do I hear myself twice? I feel like I hear myself twice. What's going on here? Properties, cancel. I don't know why. Why does this not Discord but OBS? Can someone talk for me in the chat? I just want to see if the mic is working for everybody else. Yeah, it's not recording your audio. I had to see why it's not doing that. Force meter input. Oh, maybe I was supposed to press OK. We'll sort that out in a second here. All right, we got to be active. Be active, be active, be active. Don't get lost in the sauce, family. This account is going good. This one's up 90%. We're still waiting for Tesla. We're still waiting for Nvidia. New 0-day record. So that's perfect. That looks good. That looks nice. I gotta take out all that. So I can clean up the Patreon too. I could take out all the old posts. Just redo everything how it should. Kind of like give it the love that it should get, you know? Let's start putting all of our experience points equally into every single thing, instead of us just putting our experience points just into one thing, which I hope you all know that that is the quickest way for success, you know? It's kind of like what you used to hear when you were younger, to focus on one thing. Like one person focusing on one thing will always be more successful, right? It's kind of like following that same concept and that same idea. And that's really all. Following that same easy concept. We just focus on one thing, put all the experience points into learning, not into actually making money. Of course, we want to try to be split and even, and we want to be able to learn while also profiting at the same time. But truth be told, I feel like it's the easiest way to progress when you're not focusing on the money. You know, when you're not focusing on a bunch of things at once, it's easier to progress that way and actually learn. So since we've done that, we've chopped through all the learning, just all the learning pieces. Every single bit of what we needed to learn, we've learned already. So now it's about taking those experience points and not removing it from what we did before, but now using the extra experience points that we will get from this day onward to actually put into the other, you know, the other things that we weren't paying attention to. Making money, building these accounts, paying off your rent, paying off your bills. That wasn't really the focus. It was the goal, right? But it wasn't the focus. Now that that's the focus, and again, it's with the intention of making this fun. So it's not like we're trying to make this boring and we're trying to do it for that other reason or that other method. You kind of want to disassociate from the idea of making money, because once you've done that, then you will make a ridiculous amount, you know? So it's not, that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to make us associate with money and then boom, it causes further chaos and problems. That's not what this is. What I'm trying to say here is we just need to make money. People need to eat. People need to live. And it doesn't matter what we want to say, you know what I mean? Point blank, if they're not getting that, they're just not going to be able to eat and live. So yeah, I mean, it's simple, you know. We just got to fix that. Focus on one thing now, which is the actual profit now. And that's scary for me to say that, you know that? Because how many gains have we gotten in the past year that have been like literally we broke our record again today in terms of my percent. I had the biggest gain I've ever gotten ever just this year with all the runs and drops. So that's mind-boggling to me. But we weren't even focusing on the profit. We had just a few contracts. Of course, some stuff went from $2 to 400, but did we have 10,000 in that? Did that 10,000 turn into 100, K, 200? No, right? Well, just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Oh, just keep waiting. This is going to get really fun. I'm telling you, we're going to blast those expectations. And as long as you're planning for something greater than, you shouldn't have any problems later on. Again, it's the planning, We just got to make sure we plan this correctly. Nothing beats a good plan. All right, so boom, we're focusing on profit now. We're focusing on averaging down at the right times, right places, not putting in too much capital, not over leveraging, having insurance at all times, playing multiple different names, playing names that are oversold, playing names that are overbought, playing earnings, right? So it's like all this fun stuff we're now able to do and do it really well. I don't know if I told y'all this, but okay, so it's like, imagine this. You have like I'm going to relate it to like a sport, right? You have a sports team. This may sound terrible, but actually, let's not word it that way because it's automatically going to sound bad. So let's not word it that way. Let's word it in a way where, boom, I'm a brand new coach, right? You have a fresh team. No experience. I have some bit of experience. Boom, we train the team, right? The team gets trained. There's certain people that are better in certain things and in certain, I guess, whatever roles you want to call it for the sport. And what you then realize is that after building this team and having so much amazing, different players just on the team from all different ranges of personalities, the one thing that's, it's kind of like it sends butterflies in your stomach is when it's game day, right? When it's time to really put all that stuff to the test to actually see who's doing what. Are we really the best? Are we really this? Or are we really just garbage? Point blank. And when I get to see everybody here trade every single day after, just a couple different ideas or maybe a switch up of mindset, and they send me that text or they send me that message and I read it in a way where it's like I could see the change. I could see how they were this person and they went to that. It's mind-boggling. I can't explain that feeling, It's kind of like, this is what I would assume a parent feels like when their kid has success, if that makes sense. It's like something like that. And no, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Just hearing that already sets that fire. So nice little quality, I guess, right? Let's switch over to the next chart. Let's see what's going on with Tesla. Tesla staying put. Nvidia now below that next area, below that next range. XRP also falling down now. ES futures, you're getting sold off from that same area we were talking about yesterday and today. This morning, right? We were talking about that. And then what else were we talking about? I think that's it. Let me see. All right, so we got to make that channel. We're going to have some oversold plays that we're going to fix up. That's the thing though, is every single time it hit that bottom, you didn't need to necessarily hit lower than that unless you were talking about this point right here. This is the only location you did that, where you broke through it. You hit, first of all, you hit the top of it, kind of like how you did today, and then you broke through it the next day. So if tomorrow we do something similar to this, this is exactly how we're going to play it. We're just going to wait for the end of the day, like the afternoon tomorrow, and then we're just going to buy our plays during the afternoon, theoretically. And the reason why I'm using, okay, so this might not make sense, right? Let me explain this first. Why am I using a certain random part of the chart, and I'm now using that for the current data? And not only that, but I'm also stating that because it happened one time in history, you're going to get that today, out of all days, out of any day. And you might get that continuation tomorrow, is also what I'm stating. The funniest reality is that if you actually pay attention to the extremities of a market, when something tends to go in a certain direction for a certain type of a move, for instance, during the supply and demand zones, right? When does SPY normally actually change directions? It's when it hits the colored zone below it, then the colored zone above it, and then it changes directions, right? Kind of like this, right? Let me zoom out real quick. I'll take you back to over here. Look how cool this was. This was like mind-boggling that I was able to predict this. I didn't think I could, honestly, but when I saw how perfect it worked, I was just like, nah, yeah, this is insane. Where the hell is it? Is this one? No, I don't think it's that one. Wait, what was I just looking for? Okay, so it was like, it was near the tops. Where the hell did I put it? I probably put it right back. Yeah, literally. See this area? This wait, is this it? Oh my god, there's stuff everywhere. Let's see. It might be this one too. I swear I had it up here. When I see it, I know I remember. Maybe it's a little bit further back. Oh yeah, it is further back. Look at this. Look at how wild this was. So it's right here. Look at this pink line right there. Let me move it to the left real quick. So look at that pink line. When does the market actually change directions? Again, how did we first start this conversation? What were we even talking about? We were talking about the extremities of a market, right? So the extremities of a market oftentimes will basically be your best points to buy. Simple as that. They're extremities, meaning if the market has some type of bullishness or bearishness left, and it's very extreme, such as a market like now with all the Fed stuff and all the presidential stuff, you tend to get that extreme move. And this is that extreme move, which is touching this. A couple days back, did you get that extremity? You did not, right? You just touched the yellow and went right back up to the purple. But the funniest thing was, before you even hit the purple, what did you hit before the purple? The orange, right? And that caused it to fall out the sky again, right? Crazy. And then when we played the calls this day, remember, when we played the calls, we were basically stating we wanted this to run to the purple. And look what the market did that day again. It literally dropped you to the bottom. I remember everybody was angry because of this. Everybody was mad. But then, boom, it worked out. We averaged down. It went right back to the purple. And again, it's not an extremity yet. Now it's an extremity. So if the market was truly going to be bullish here, it would have held on top of the yellow If not, it would have hit the orange below the yellow, hit the yellow, hit the orange on top of the yellow, and held on top of it. The fact that it did not hold here, the second you see this dropping below the midpoint of the purple and yellow, instantly it tells you you can now start dropping out the sky. So what's going to be your one indication of a market wanting to drop out the sky? It's you hitting the extremity of what a trend could possibly be. So hitting the most extreme portion of it, and then still holding. So of course that's how you would continue the trend. That's how you would play it. So when you look at it like this, the extremities that a market could hit when you're looking at supply and demand zones is the zone below it, the zone above it, and then it falls down even lower. This is when I realized, I was like, oh my God, wait a second. So theoretically, I can actually predict a market years ahead of time if I just have the supply and demand zones. And I guess that sounds a little dramatic, right? Who cares about a year, years from now? Let's just say a week or a month from now. I can perfectly predict what was going to happen and what could happen just based off of my current boxes, and then adding some extra layers of thought on top of it, right? Creates this deep little thought process, I guess. And it's kind of crazy, you know? It is very insane, let me tell ya. So SPY's getting sold off here. Beautiful. Let's go back to our current data. But isn't that so cool, right? How you can actually predict moves weeks and months ahead of time. So wild, you know. And you can literally do this too, right? You can take it a step further. And if you create these lines, these are every single direction a market can trend. So no, yeah, we've actually mastered that. So before a market even opens up, I could tell you every single direction a market's going to go. I could tell you what area is going to stop at, why it would stop at that area, and so on and so forth, right? Kind of wild. Like watch this, right? I'm going to take one of these lines, and then we're going to move it to the right side, right? Actually, no, let's take a random one. So 1 through 4, let's see what everybody says. Which line should I take? And I'm going to show you how I don't even have to take all of them. I could take one of them and it's still going to work. So just 1, 2, 4. Let's just say we take 3. Everybody said 3. Cough, cough. Just so we're not waiting. And then I kind of want this to have a proper moment for everybody here, at least in terms of the teaching. So boom, you run up to the top. That has nothing to do with this line. Let's go further to the right side. Boom. This is the right side, family. Let's put it right on top of the yellow, just like how it was to the left side. And I don't know. It kind of looks like it matches to me. What do y'all think? Wild, right? It's crazy. Like, it always works. One of the directions will always work. And that's kind of why you shouldn't really worry. Of course, in the midst of a move, right? You're going to be on the fly and in the mode of thinking where maybe some emotions might come over you real quick. But again, if you just simply copy and paste everything and you know what's the potential of a day just because of yesterday and the day beforehand, you could tell what's going to happen 2 days later. And yeah, just going with the flow, really. Flowing with the flow, family. All right, this is beautiful. Remember, we're falling down. We need to buy this right back at the orange zone, so we're still waiting for this. Everybody's getting shot out their contracts. Damn. Gotta live more in the present. Come on, doctor. We gotta be in the present. In the present. That's the best way to go. Come on, Spy. You got what I eat. You never seen that Hot Pocket commercial? How many times have you heard me bring up that Hot Pocket commercial? Jennifer Lopez and Snoop Dogg. You never seen that? You gotta watch it right now if you haven't seen it. You gotta run. Study shows that sober rats prefer silence, but rats on cocaine prefer jazz music. All right. Thank you for that. So boom, boom, boom. You took your profits on SPY? Hell yeah, Danny. There we go. That's a nice 40% trade right there. You never seen it, Danny? I think, yeah, it's one of the best things I've ever watched, you know. Sometimes it pops into my dreams. Did you guys hear that people can actually now, there was like this report that came out where two people were able to actually connect with their dreams or something like that? I don't know if you heard that. almost time. Can you ever lay 4 or 5? I mean, you could do that with the charts, but it's just like it just makes it so small, you know. Like if you have a flat screen TV that's like 50 inches, what I would do is, if you're not using it, I mean, it's not necessary. That's the first thing, right? You don't got to be staring at a bunch of charts. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. It's kind of like the worst thing you would want to do is just have a bunch of unnecessary things on your screen. But what you can do is use that TV and hook it up to just a couple of charts. Keep it on SPY on the 5 minute or 1 minute. Keep it on Tesla and keep it on Nvidia. Keep it on all the main companies where you know that you could just leave this there. Of course, you don't waste power and you don't waste energy and all that. I completely understand. But no, yeah, I've actually broke down the math for that too. Every monitor, depending on what type of monitor you have, is going to waste about $8 to $10 worth of electricity every month if it's on the whole entire time. So if you have another screen, like a 50-inch, depending on the resolution is what pulls power a little bit more. Not the resolution. Is it the resolution? It's the hertz. The hertz pulls more power. So when a computer has like 200 hertz or 100 hertz, it's just going to pull a lot of power. Most individuals, they're going to have screens that are just 60 hertz. So yeah, it's going to be probably even cheaper than that. It might be even like $4, maybe like $5 per month. But what I'm trying to say is it's worth it, even when you think about the electricity cost of it, of having that extra monitor, because of the potential chances that you'll get now. You know, you don't have to cycle between charts so often. You don't have to look at everything confused, right? It's just all there and always there. The only problem is when you travel and you do stuff like that, just make sure that you have a system in place so that you can actually trade efficiently. When I first went on my first trip, I had an iPad, which was helpful, but I only had supply and demand zones, and the problem was my trading style at the time, it needed me to look at all different charts. I just needed to look at the whole entire market as a whole, and then once I've done that, then I can, you know, actually trade and feel more confident and whatnot. But it used to mess me up in the beginning when I was trying to travel and trade, and now that we have a system in place, it's just like, no, yeah, it's very, very, very simple now, you know? Kind of like what we're doing right now. We're just waiting for this to hit the orange zone. Let's just say it falls out the sky and starts crashing towards the floor. That's perfectly fine. That's no problem. We're not going to put too much capital into the trade in the first place, so that's okay. And then when things flip, if it happens sooner or later, we could just wait for tomorrow, right? Maybe we might not even put an entry overnight, just so that we can soak up some gains here. But at the same time, there's always opportunities, and as long as our opportunity that we're looking for is something that's actually possible and not something that we're trying to mold because we want it to be possible, right? As long as it's like that, then I think we're good. I think we're A-okay. So, yeah, that's why when you see me cycle between the charts is I try to not waste too much time. Sometimes I get stuck and I forget about it, but yeah. Speaking of every other company, Nvidia's down. We're still waiting for that. Still waiting for Microsoft. Still waiting for pretty much all this stuff still. How's everybody's gains though? How's the family here? How's the family? Let me hear it. Is there anybody that has had a mistake today? Any type of mistake? Was it because of? It could be anything. It could be the slitterest of a reason, but just if it was a mistake, just highlight it, and then as a team here, we'll get over it, and then yeah, get ready for tomorrow. We're almost there. We're only halfway there. Come on. This is going to be such a nice entry. Oh, let's look at the other chart. Let's look at this chart here. So reversal point number 4 is right here. You're about to hit reversal point number 4. So it's either we buy into the trade now at number 4. We're buying a 0-day, of course. Actually, no, we're buying the one that expires overnight because we can't sell this today. So regardless, we're not going to be able to sell this today. You're finally at the 4th reversal point. I'm looking for options that expire in a couple days. What's today's date? Today is Monday. So Friday options, how they looking? Let's look at our other chart real quick. You're holding on number 4 right now, so you're at the bottom. Okay. So we're looking at SPY options a couple days out, specifically 7 days out. I want something a little bit further than what we've had before. I don't want to mess with the 3 days for now. So again, we got a 7-day option. Posted it inside of the Disciple channel on the Discord if anybody wants to look at that. See if it floats your boat. If not, that's a-okay. Just wait for the next entry, which could be right down here at number 5 and way lower. The reason why I got into that entry right there was because it is on number 4, family. That is the reason why. But again, if you want to wait for a better entry, let me show you the other chart real quick. It's right here. So right here next to these lows, this is your next better entry. Or your next best entry, I should say, right? So boom, we got those calls. This is all nice and neat now. We'll see if it flips above the whole entire trend. Like we said before, this would be the 7th time that this has ran above this area. You smacked off of it, right? Reversed. Let me see, was there anywhere else that you did the same thing? Kind of did that there, but not really. Where have you done this before? Not right there. Go, go, go. Right there you did it, which is September 6th. So September 6th you did that. And then it caused you to drop down to 5. Yeah, that was 12. Oh my God. $13 in a day. And then it ran right back up a couple days later. I'm so happy that we have the exact levels that this thing is going to want to go down to. It's crazy how even if in September we didn't have the perfect best levels, like 10 out of 10, you know? And it's like, it's so wild. I don't know. I can't even explain it. So wild. How we just went from A to B to Z in terms of progress. We just steamrolled this market, literally. Again, wait for your next entry. If number 4 is not good enough and you're worried right now, out of all these entries, this one will be one of your safest. So you have to kind of make sure you understand that mentally. This right here is a A+ setup, right? The 5th and 6th reversal points would be like the A+ and an A++ setups. So, okay, right now, currently, the game plan is like this. Boom. It went up here, touched the orange. You fell right back down. You touched the colored zone. I want this to hit the orange. However, I bought it ahead of time. I bought it right around the current area that it's stuck in right now. You could potentially rebuy another play down here, right below the orange, but at the same time, you want to kind of just take things slow. Just take it slow. You're either going to buy next to the purple or a little bit below it. And yeah, you're just going to wait here. Just going to patiently wait. If the move doesn't occur and we don't get the touch of the orange and that's what you're waiting for, so be it. We'll look for that type of trade tomorrow. Yeah. If it happens, it happens, you know. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's the way I like to think about it. Next thing is, can we run right back up to the top and hit that 200 moving average? Once we hit it, can we then get above it the next time? That's kind of what I want to see now. Can we get above the 200 moving average? But yeah, that's pretty much all okay. That's all we're waiting for right now. And then once we get bought up, I want to see if we're going to end up above this whole entire trend within a week from now. So again, within a week, I want to see if we're going to end up right at 511 or 513. So the current 7-day play that I have right now is with that 513 and 511 level in mind. When a couple strikes out, because again, we're trying to play for that whole entire range. So now we're playing the ranges, which is something we haven't really done before. So if this play ends up going a little different, just recognize that. We haven't really did a cheap play like this for 7 days out, from what I remember. Oh, I forgot to clean that. Oh, I'm gonna have to go clean that. I'll probably do it right after this. What time is it? Yeah, I'll just do it right after the market closes. Anything else we gotta do here? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else before it's too late? Let's see. Tesla, we gotta speak to Tesla after the markets close. SPY's getting sold off. Right back at the middle though, of the halfway point. Really? See, like, what? When, like, these websites do this, right? And, like, they're trying to pay for or charge for people to get stock tickers. Like, they're trying to basically pay for, I guess, a certain lineup of stocks and names. When people pay for that, right? It's just like, speaking from one angle, right? One perspective, which is what I have, right? My angle and my perspective. I find it so odd that people subscribe to stuff like that when it's like, I mean, maybe if they're giving like a detailed explanation of what the company is in a new way where it's different, I think that, yeah, I can see how that's worth it. And but it's like you don't really get that too much. I forgot what I was trying to say right here. SPY is removing my thought as I'm thinking about it. So I'll come back to that thought there in a little bit to kind of finish up on that. I brought that up for an important reason. So we'll see. We'll see if I remember. I couldn't remember it, that means there's no point to remember it. That means there's something else to remember right now. What else do we gotta remember? What do we have to do right now? So everybody's set. Everybody has their supply and demand zones done. I had a lot of one-on-ones recently with everybody. Pretty much we're doing about 3 to 4 one-on-ones again, which I am very, very, very happy about. I'll be honest with you. Even if each one-on-one takes 2 hours, and before I even know it, it's already nighttime. Honestly, like it's really fun. It's fun for me at least. I don't know. So it's just like fixing a problem, you know? I just love doing that. But yeah, let me know. Anybody, if you want to speak to me tonight, we've been just clearing through the whole entire Discord, speaking to everybody. So whenever you need to speak to me, just speak to me. Text me. Let me know whenever you can speak, and then we'll get that sorted out. And this is going to be before we start switching over into the website, so I can start automating stuff again. So we are going to automate stuff, but for now, I kind of want to see where everybody's at. So yeah. Anyways, we got this play, we got this trade. We bought in right there at the middle. It's currently up right now, of course. At the ultimate low of this contract, let's see what's the cheapest price that this was at. I always like checking that, because if you know what the cheapest price of the contract was, you can actually know what the price that it would run to would be at. So like for instance, whenever you're looking at SPX, if a SPX contract, if you purchased it at, let's just say $200, right? Then the SPX contract runs down to $100 right there. That instantly ruins your potential chance for 1,000%. Which means that the highest percent you can now get is most likely going to be around 500%. What was the thought again? So the thought was, first you buy that, and then if it falls down to $100 from buying it at 200, no, yeah, it would only go up to from 100 to like 500 now. I mean, no, you could, no, it would go to from 100 to potentially 1,000. Yeah, you could still 500%, but what I'm trying to say is, in the moment of when you buy something, and if you see it go against you to a certain point, to a certain level, let's say if it hits 97 and you bought it at 250, right? It hitting 97, it's instantly telling me that this contract might only hit a peak of 970. Think of it like that. So when I'm looking at a SPY contract, and the SPY contract basically hits around, let's say if it was at $200 this morning and currently it's around $5, I could definitely see how that potentially has a chance of hitting $100, hitting the halfway point. So whenever I play aggressively, that's all I kind of look for, the halfway point. Because with options that are 0 days, before you even get there, they're going to be burnt. You know, they're not going to really gain value until you get there. Which means unless you actually held it, kind of like earlier, right? We told everybody to get a 602 play, and those 602 calls, if I was to check it real quick right now, let's go check them real quick. The 602 plays, they hit a peak of $66, $69. And we bought it at around, again, 17. Or was it 20? Let me see. We bought it up at 17. It hit a low of 13. So again, it hit a low of 13, and then it ran to like 60 something, whatever it was. Obviously, you just divide 60 by 13, and you're gonna get your multiplication, your multiple, right? And then once you get that multiple, what you then want to do is start remembering it, so that tomorrow, once you start seeing a change up in multiples, meaning SPY goes from one price to this price, and the option doesn't go from this price to that price, what it basically states is that that momentum could be dying off. So when you're playing your options, you might want to sell out a little bit earlier, just in case. You might not get to that goal that you're always waiting for, you know? And then on the other hand, vice versa, it kind of can actually help push you into the spotlight of actually acquiring and accomplishing that goal. Because it's just giving you more data, more information, you know? So far, the plays are up 10%. Remember, these expire in 7 days out. So, once again, a play that I just bought into at the midpoint, which is at reversal point number 4. If you would have just full ported into that play and you had, let's just say, I don't know, $100,000 right now, you would have bought, you know, obviously 100K worth of SPY. You would have been up only 10%. And yeah, you could have just sold it. That's $10,000 within a couple seconds right there. That's the level that we need to get to so that we can kind of just consistently be flush. Not be flush, but be fluid with cash, you know? Because it's only in us being fluid where we're just gonna have a ton of fun here, coming up with different, you know, investments or ideas. Gotta start making a good amount. And again, that good amount is simple to make in the grand scheme of things. All you need to do is buy off of the 4th and 5th reversal point, everybody. I know it's getting annoying, but that's good. You know, that means it's going to be burnt into your memory now. So if you're ever losing, if you don't want to lose no more, again, 4th and 5th reversal point, and you will not lose a single trade anymore. Well, let me rephrase that. 4th and 5th reversal point, and the likelihood or the chance of you losing out on that trade or it not being successful from the 4th and 5th point are you're about 5% likely. What the hell just happened? Okay, SPY hit that area. It just filled a bunch of orders. You just literally shocked them. You just woke everybody up. Wake up! Come on. Those of you who had your orders waiting for your limits, yeah, you probably got a crazy price. Let me check. It wasn't all that. It wasn't that crazy. Let's see if this takes you upwards, though, because you did do what you needed to do, which was to hit the orange area. It's like not on it perfectly, so we'll see if that means you want to come down and actually wick on it. But it's like a few cents off, so I'm kind of counting that as a touch if it's 3 cents off for now. Why? Because if I zoom out real quick, you did the same thing a couple days ago over here. Where was it? Right here. Where you didn't touch the orange, but then you got sent right back to a new high. So yeah, still following the pattern it's made last week. I forgot what I was talking about. I think I was talking about something useful. Oh yeah. Just buying off of the 4th and 5th reversal point. I kid ya not. If you literally just do that every day, you're gonna be straight. You're gonna be perfect. You're gonna be A-okay. You might even hit 100K by the summertime. I'm playing. You would hit 100K by the end of the week if you actually followed everything level for level, idea for idea. No, yeah, you would probably hit 100K within a week. Of course, starting with a good amount, you probably have to start with like 1,000 to 5K. If you're starting with 100, you could hit 100K by the end of the week, but you got to be like, you know what I mean? You got to be in that zone where literally nothing's going to affect you. No outside people, no outside nothing. It's just in the zone. And you could do that. You could get it done. Probably have to wait for a really good week though, right? Donald, absolutely excellent. Let's start putting some of the family members on the live chart here. Absolutely amazing, everybody. These are some of the wins that we have for today. Just so I can start putting it on the video, so I can start documenting everything. That's a nice play right there. That's a really nice play. $58 to $200 each. And again, everybody, that's daily, you know. You could do this daily. It just all depends on what you want. How much money do you want to make? Are you trying to change your life right now? Or are you still trying to stay in that lukewarm territory because it feels all nice and warm, huh? I forgot what song that was. I think it was that damn Pineapple Pen song. I don't know why that just popped in my head like that. What the hell? Why did it just pop in my head like that? Yeah, that was. Oh man, I'm losing it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we got a nice little buy right there at the bottom. You hit by the orange area. At this point, all you're doing now is just waiting. We'll sell out of these calls tomorrow. We'll reposition into another play, different idea, different concept, and yeah, just go from there. Keep it simple. Keep it simple and sweet. If you're trying to buy a 5-day play, they cost like $100 to $200. Remember, I just bought a 7-day play. They only cost $40. A 7-day play again, they only cost $40. I think that this trade could potentially be sold at about $230. That's what this has the potential of running to. $230 each. And we bought it for about $40 flat. The only thing that can go against us truly is you falling to the next module, which in English terms, that basically means you're just going to fall $5 down. So there should be no reason why you're going to average down into any one of these plays, just so you don't over leverage, right? You don't got to do that no more. No one here ever needs to over leverage into anything no more. You know, we have a full path for you to follow every single day and every single second. And it's a free path, you know, it's very movable. You're not going to feel contained or caged or locked up. You're going to feel very, 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 very good with this. You just got to try it, you know? Try it. And give it everything you got. Speaking of that last point that I just said, whenever you have confidence, right? Whenever you're trying to look towards aiming to build this unstoppable force of confidence where it just takes you from A to Z, right? When you're in the process of actually building something like that, the one thing that you need to kind of just make sure you're paying attention to is to actually understand that you know what you're doing. You know, if you consistently just tell yourself all the time that everything is random, it's all over the place, it's chaotic, it's not structured, I mean, you're just going to have some problems, you know? You should feel 24/7 like you own this, like this is you. And no, yeah, it goes far, let me tell you. Because even the learning process, like, for instance, me having the confidence and faith that I know some, you know, I know this or I know that, right? It then helps me with the learning process, because now when I'm actually trying to fix my charts and I'm trying to be better, I mean, I already know what it is, you know? I already know what needs to be done. is what I'm trying to say. Because you already have full confidence in yourself. You're not kind of I don't know what you call it, but like not having faith in yourself, I guess, not believing in yourself, but just saying you are, kind of still being in lukewarm territory. You're saying something, but you're still doing it. You know what I mean? Like you're not changing. But no, yeah. Just focus on just you knowing and understanding that this is all you. You got this. You got this in the bag. 24/7, nonstop, 7 days a week. Even the elite plays or any other type of random trade that we can get into, whether it's options or another type of financial market, doesn't really matter, you know? Just enjoy the process of it. Enjoy the process of learning and being taken to this next level because, no, yeah. There's definitely been a boost in terms of just the progress here. By the way, if you want to have faster progress, if you're trying to get better really quick, like, if you're trying to get really good, like really good within the next week to 2 weeks here, I could give you one tip, simple, not a lot of words. I'm not going to blast your head off here. It's the simplest thing. I'm pretty sure you've heard me say it before, so you may not like it, but just add little stuff to your charts. That's it. Every chart, you should add a tiny bit. For instance, maybe I don't like the color of this. Maybe I want to change this to red. Maybe that red doesn't look good now. Maybe the red kind of competes with other colors. It kind of makes it messy now. So maybe I might just change that. You know what I mean? So it's like just doing little things here and there is why my charts look this good. You know, in some cases it's not perfect. Like look at this right here. Like I could make these perfect and make these line up better, but you know, that's like afterwards. Like why would I put the time into making this straight and making this better when it's not gonna put me to the next level. You know, it's kind of like having a business and then focusing on one part of the business that's not really actually making you make money. That's only going to take you so far, you know? So, yeah. Just add little by little. And over the course of a week, you just adding one thing to every chart and just being like, all right, let me add this, let me fix this, let me do this. Boom, next chart. Let me do this, let me add this. Once you're done with that, you tend to not need to really spend too much time going forward with the charting ever again, you know? Because everything's already all structured and planned. All right, I'm losing my train of thought here. Let's get back into this. Remember, add one thing to your chart every single day. That's the quickest way to get better. I kid you not. It sounds so stupid. I get it. But just do it. Try it. Do it. Let me know how it works out. I'm sure you're going to love it. It makes it really, really, really fun. You kind of get lost in the process of it, you know? What do you think, Kay? We kind of went over everything already, so let me hear what you're thinking. Na na na. Na 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 na. You think so? We just got here though. Got it. Yeah, same plan as earlier when you had asked, like around 3 o'clock. Yeah, just same stuff, honestly. Nothing has changed yet in terms of like the grand scheme of things, but I want you to be able to start building your concepts here, okay? I want you to have some notes that you're taking for just tomorrow. So right now, I want you to think about a route that SPY could run to for the call side, and as well as the downside, right? I want you to think about a route up and down. And at the same time, I then want you to solely focus on the 4th and 5th reversal point. If you need to have a one-on-one, because remember, Kay, we were supposed to have a one-on-one by now, and we can't prolong stuff no more, you know? I gotta get you into the crucible of this market, and gotta have you playing this game. So And of course, like if you always want to wait or take a break, like that's fine. That's fine. You know, I always respect that. I think that taking breaks actually makes you more intelligent when you come back. I kid you not. Every single time I've taken a break from this market for like a week or 2 weeks, I've came back with this level of just, I don't know what it was. I can't explain it to you. But no, yeah, I was trading different. I was trading real different. Like you get locked and stuck in these ways of just domino affecting yourself out of control, snowballing out of control, I should say. And you can't really snap yourself out of that train of thought before it's too late, you know. Once it's too late and the damage is done, boom, you snap out of it. And that's usually the case. So yeah, just try to not get stuck and lost in the bad of this market, because it can be very bad, you know. Just focus on the good of it and focus on the 4th and 5th reversal point. Focus on what's going to actually make you successful, you know. Because yeah, there's a lot of stuff everywhere. Tons of things you can focus on, you know. Tons of things. Even when I've taught in the beginning, like one of the problems that I had was just the focus aspect. Like you could tell somebody focus on SPY, but what the hell does that even mean, you know? And I could tell them focus on supply and demand zones, but again, what does that even mean? I could tell them look for a $3 reversal every single day on SPY, but again, what does that even mean? Now that I have it all on the chart with the reversal points and it's all done and it's all laid out with 4 and 5 and with it working out so well, this is like impossible. Let me tell ya. I don't know why it's working out so well with this trading style. I've never seen nobody in the world build something like this, so I'm not. That's the reason why it's kind of like will this actually work out? Will this actually be good? But yeah, it's like amazing. It's like perfect. I don't know. It's amazing. So yeah. Remember, everybody. Remember. If you want to really be successful with this, all you have to do is buy off of the 4th and 5th reversal point every single day, and you will be successful every single day. You might take a loss maybe Monday or Tuesday, but that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the market's not open. That Thursday, Friday, Monday, you will make that back and more. Things won't get out of control. I'm telling you, it's almost impossible for things to get out of control this way. I've already ran through the whole entire, you know, probability of things. I've done it myself too. So not only run through it in terms of a thought process, but also having done it myself, I can tell you, yeah. Take it slow. Take it real slow. And remember, take your breaks. Take your breaks, take it slow. Take like a week off the market randomly. It doesn't matter what is going on. It doesn't matter what news is coming on. In fact, I would say you kind of want to take a break when there's nothing going on, so that when the news and everything is happening, you can kind of be active, right? Or you could just miss the news and then come back on when it's quiet. Might not be that many trades and stuff like that, but what I'm trying to say is don't rush it. Everything happens for a reason. You losing your whole entire account that one time, that one day when you could have became a millionaire had you just done these other things, it happened for a reason. You know, maybe you were going to stay stuck at $1 million. Maybe you weren't going to progress past that level. We could run a whole bunch of hypothetical situations that could have happened and could have been the reason as to why something occurred a certain way. But regardless, everything happens for a reason. And if you could just see it as so, yeah, I think the progress would happen very quickly, you know. Some people, they like to think that it happens, you know, after years and it can. It might happen years for you, but it just depends on how you're learning, you know. So as long as these next couple weeks and months here, I do my part to make sure that everybody has everything necessary. Like I'm literally just targeting. I cut out the blah blah blah, right? I don't gotta do that, and I just target exactly what's needed to put somebody to the next level. If I could just target that, which we've been doing really really well, but now like think about it like now. All I gotta do is look at somebody and tell them buy off of 4 or number 5 on the reversal points. If it falls to number 4, that means buy a call. If it runs up to the top number 4th point, which is these up here, these would be your put plays. So you buy calls down here at 4 and 5, and then you buy puts at number 4 and 5, and it's that simple, really. Doesn't need to be more complicated than that. And yeah, that's all you need to do every day. That right there, literally, that's success. It's right in front of you. It's within reach. It's going to take a couple days for you to master this and get really good at it. But I pretty much have all the things that you need, like all the tips at the top right. And yeah. And then you start to merge my other trading styles. And this turns this into this very insane little situation here. You didn't even hit the middle of the CS zone earlier. So this was a really, really, really good idea. Or not really a really good idea, but a really good example. I'm going to use this for... I'm going to come up with a different video for this new trading style that I created in September. And then we haven't really used it too much. I'm going to create a new video tonight for it. I'm sure everybody knows what this is. For some reason, I feel like the CS zones are like a fan favorite here. I don't know. I feel like everybody loves the CS zones. Like they always work somehow, some way. I don't know why. Sometimes the CS, and I'm not even gonna say sometimes, all the time, the CS zones are the only thing in the market that has given me a faster confirmation than I've found myself. What that means is that if you simply are at a certain area with this box that I've currently have on my screen right now, right? If you're at a certain area with this box, it's stating something. As well as when you're below the box, you're doing a certain something. As well as when you're above the box, you're doing a certain something. And it works every time. It tells you, hey, directions are changing. And the moment you're just like, nah, I want that extra 10%. I think these contracts are going to hit 100%. Maybe 200%. And it's like, no, yeah, they're not, you know. It's about to get pulled from the sky here. So then you want to hop into the puts, but then in the moment of, you're going to be so all over the place and chaotic that not only did you get a bad exit, but now you don't even have the next entrance. You missed it. So, yeah. You said someone burned his account again? Oh, no. You don't want to do that. It's fine if, listen, if it happens. Point blank, it happens. No excuses, it happens. It's just you making sure that if it happened once, it never happens again. That's the difference. That's what separates you from the crowd, you know? You wanting and ensuring that that's not going to happen again. Because I can promise you, if you really wanted to, no, yeah, you're going to be good. You're going to be shooting towards the stars. Come on now. There we go, fish. What is this? This is Meta and Microsoft. Yeah, Meta and Microsoft, both very, very, very good companies. We got to look at Meta a little bit more next week. That's my goal, honestly. We've been focusing on like Nvidia and pretty much the other plays, like the long-term plays and oversold plays. So now we have some opportunities to kind of step back and look at some of these old names. Nibble here and there, right? Get a little bit of something, something. Why not? One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, everybody, if you got off of the fourth entry, if you got around this orange supply and demand zone, just watch the reversal point for number 2. Watch 3 and then 4. See how we're going to flip back up here. And then if you're trying to buy right now, you could wait for number 5, which is going to be at around 597.70. So just wait for that level, if anything. A couple more cents to go, right? Just like earlier today, you hit it twice. You got bought up once, second time even higher. Let's see if the third time is going to be even higher, right? If not, you're going to go right through it. So only put a safe amount of capital 7 days out, just like how we did. We only put 40 in. That's it. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the market is now closed. It is now time to run away. You just run. You just gotta hit the hills. I'll see you here tomorrow. We got a 6-day call. I mean, 6-day. Well, now it's gonna be 6 days, of course, right? After tonight. And then we also got another call right there at the end of the day. A very cheap call. I want to see something real quick. My idea is, theoretically, if you're wasting about $30 per day and the trade goes against you every single day, let's just say worst comes to worst, right? That's $30 per day, $30 times 250 days out of the whole entire year. That's going to equal about 7,500. So that's 7,500 you can possibly lose every single year while just playing with $30, right? So if that's 7,500, what if you're now trying 1 days, right? What if you try a 1 day, but that's $7? So that's 7 times 250. That's $1,750. So now your loss that you could potentially take is now basically shrunken by times 5 or 4, right? What happens if you now use only $5, right? Well, the problem is with $5 trades, it's going to be almost impossible to get a decent 1 day or 2 day contract. So my thought process is, if you can start with $10 to $7, we could potentially see if, again, since these contracts, wait a second, is this, let me make sure it's a 1 day. Yeah, it's a 1 day. So these contracts are going to be a 0 day tomorrow, right? And it's going to be for 607. So unless we run up, you know, maybe $4 or $5, this option's just not going to be worth it. It's not going to be valuable. So what I'm trying to say is, if you could just robotically buy at certain times at certain prices, once certain trends have, you know, occurred, you could probably save a crazy ton amount of capital, you know? Like, I'm talking about save a crazy ton and be making basically a crazy ton every time. Because remember, that example was a hypothetical of you losing throughout the whole entire year. I'm not talking about no wins, just losses. As long as we know what's the worst thing that could potentially happen, we can work backwards from there in a logical and coherent manner, you know? But it's only once we know how bad things are, how bad they can get. Not letting it get bad and then wondering why it kind of occurred that way. So, yeah, that's the one thing. That's a beautiful play right there on NVIDIA, Danny. Hell yeah. You even had that Apple play. Yeah, you were crushing things today, bro. Hell yeah. In the zone. There we go. Let's turn off this stuff here.